Good morning. Thursday morning, the 11th of June, 2026. This is Risk Neutral Trading. It is my virtual trading journal. And welcome. I start every trading day morning at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. All the times that I refer to here or that are visible on my charting or my systems is Central Standard Time. Start here with a pre-market and set up the software and statistics, etc. But first, the obligatory disclaimers. I trade live. It's my trading journal. So what point would a journal be if it didn't record my trading, my setups, anticipation of the setups and the trigger, etc., trade management? So that all happens here on the stream live. There's never a recording or a replay or any of that. It's live. But in keeping with the fact that I'm not licensed to provide trade or financial advice, that's certainly not the intent here. And there's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. Again, I trade live here on, there's my mouse, there we go. I trade live here on Bookmap. I only trade statistically verified setups to have a positive expectancy. And I will anticipate it. When you do that, nothing's ever a hurry or in a hurry or gunslinging or a surprise. You have a setup that you've pre-identified, that I have pre-identified. When that setup starts to form, I anticipate it. If the trade is triggered, then I enter the trade and I manage the trade live here in my journal on this stream. And my thinking about that is that one of the reasons the stream is as long as it is, which is the entire cash session, 7 hours, I have a very, very strong, firm commitment not to take any trades off the stream. So there's never a recording, there's never a playback, and every trade is taken on the stream or I don't take it. So there's that. Okay, let's move on now that that's out of the way. What are the numbers? Well, so far this morning we've had the PPI out, and as expected, it was in the dumper, and we have initial jobless claims, also not good. PPI is lower, is the highest it's been in 3.5 or 4 years. This is my original news source. It's called investing.com. I like the format here for, screen captures and posting in Discord or wherever. You can filter this for wherever you are in the world and whatever reports you're interested in. And it's free. That's why there's these ads zooming around every place. And I keep it that way on purpose so that anybody who comes to the stream can have access to the same resources that I use. I think that's, what good does it do if I'm trying to, we're trying to trade together and I'm sitting here on a, $30,000 a year Bloomberg terminal. That's not gonna, unless I were to display it all the time, that wouldn't help. So that's why it's free. Now, investing.com only schedules and tracks traditional economic numbers and reports. PPI, initial jobless claims, CPI, non-farm payroll, FOMC, those the things that we've all become used to and that we expect. Not any of the new high-risk geopolitical or administrative potential, inputs like Trump's going to talk or something, which is perfectly fine and not a political comment, but it definitely can provide risk to our auction. That won't be here. Notice that you can also, when you hover over an event title, it turns to a URL. So if you don't know what the core PPI month over month for May report might be, you can click that and find out the recent releases and a description about the report. There's also earnings, etc., but we're not in that season meaningfully now, so never mind. Financial juice, also similar calendar feature, except the difference for financial juice is they do pull random events which aren't typical traditional economic numbers into their calendar if they can. And I appreciate that because as traders, especially in this current environment, our primary job in life is to preserve our account. Think about it. You have all these fancy screens and monitors and software and indicators, and you blow up your account and can't trade tomorrow. It's all just a paperweight, you know? It's ridiculous. What are you going to do with all that stuff? Watch cartoons? Of course not. So your primary job as a trader is to manage your risk and preserve your account. Managing risk is the fundamental way to preserve your account. If you don't know that a risk or a highly potential risk is coming to the market, to our auction, how can you possibly mitigate or manage it? So that's the reason I like their calendar. They haven't pulled anything in here yet today, but I'm sure there will be because there's all this geopolitical noise going on. And they have more of a squawk box affair going on the right. So you see all the times the Secretary Bissett, Trump is talking. We're talking to them, Fox News interview, and Iran has said about 6 times this morning that that's spin. We're not talking to anybody. So what are you gonna, what do you want? There's the releases. There's the PPIs. U.S. forces to disable oil tanker. You see what I mean? And here, down through here are all the denials that there's any conversation going on with Iran. So I don't know. Anytime I see one of our politicians, Trump probably the most prominent, talking especially to Fox News, I just immediately compartmentalize that as to a lot of spin and want to verify that that's really the case. So there we are. And how's this going to work? I just noticed this. Anyways, so this is those are my 2 news sources, and let's get on with the pre-market. Jesus. It's just, you can get so wrapped up in this drama that it is overwhelming. Now, this is Investor RT, which is my basic charting package. This is Bookmap, which is my heat map charting, I guess, dashboard kind of thing, and where I execute. A couple of quick notes about Investor RT. First of all, any window here on any of these tabs, in the header, you can see the instrument, the chart type, it's a chart, the periodicity, and the session. And in some cases, when we get an RTH, there'll be the expiration date, which is the 18th of this month, by the way. That's next week. So this will be undoubtedly the last week on the M contracts. But anyway, let's get going. So this is the micro ES, the micro NQ. This is my high time frame chart for the micro ES, and this is the market profile. I do not change market profile from ES to MES. I do change this chart back and forth between the full session and the RTH session. The other tab here is the same configuration for the minis. Wherever. Come on, light up. mini. Okay. Back to the micros because that's what we're trading. So let's start with the higher time frame, which is always a good idea. This chart again, the micro, yes, daily chart, RTH session only. Here we go. It's going to expire on the June 18th. Every one of these candlesticks represents a complete RTH trading session. Hold on one second. Somebody's at the door. Man, I'm on mute. Son of a bitch. I don't know how long I've been talking to that thing, but that's not good. Anyway, quickly, the high time frame chart, daily candlesticks, RTH session, where they overlap, volume profile, generates POC, high and low volume nodes. Session prices, both push to bookmap. Bookmap. First print, Blue Boy. This is the first print of each session. That tells me that I have the complete session in view because there's the first print and here's current. I'll set one at 8:30 this morning when we open. Columns, right, the MC where I manually enter the data, the high and low volume nodes, the full session volume profile. This started plotting last night at 1700. We'll continue through 1600 today. This is not the ETH. This is Globex. RTH volume profile and delta, reset this morning at 8:30. The statistics column, very important to me. Session prices, pushed from IRT. I don't have a dome on this configuration anymore because I wasn't trading with it. But I do have the most important information, which is the book, the full book, level 2, at every price, resting orders, limit orders, and these are the prices. Now, hold on 1 minute. Wow. Wow, sneeze-a-thon here. So, the heat map, the chart, whatever you want to call it, first thing to recognize is that I believe in the KISS principle to the max because I'm just an old cowboy from Montana and I need things logical and basic. I only use price action, price levels, volume, and statistics to trade. There's no indicators on my bookmap or my IRT, just lines which reference those values I just spoke of. POC for the full session, POC for the full session, which is a muted yellow, POC for the RTH. POC, point of control, nothing complicated, just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Right now, we've traded 4,372 contracts at 73.07 half. The minute some price trades one contract more, this yellow line's going to move. That's it. There's an RTH Globex VWAP and an RTH VWAP, and there's an RTH mid. Pretty easy, huh? The session prices, which are represented on these lines, can be calculated percentages or something that I push from bookmap, but essentially, like that's the initial balance low, that's the initial balance low from yesterday. Incidentally, initial balance low and high sometimes confuse folks because of the naming. Based on market profile world, this stands for initial balance. I don't know who decided that the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session was initial balance, but they did. So all these two flags represent are the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. And then the rest of these are normal. Now, let's decide the statistic open for today. Again, very simple. If we open right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? RTH close. Well, it's higher. Okay. And how would that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, the RTH lows below us, the highs above us, so we're in range. So this needs to change from lower in range to higher in range. And so let's do that. And the reason I change the column title every day is purely selfish. When I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can just look at the column title and know exactly what the relationship was going into the statistic open for this RTH period. Next thing we need to do is determine the new statistics for the associated prices. These are from yesterday. They're not applicable anymore. So let's clear them out of there and let's go get the new ones. Now, what we have to do before that is something that I do every day at about 8:20, and that's the TLab snap. So let's quickly see if we can't do that and get that over with. Excuse me. And that is, this is why I stream and I don't, because you see how well I multitask here. The TLab, first of all, what is the TLab? I suppose is a good place to start. It is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, started by a guy named Tom B, and is still led by him. And every day around 6, I post the numbers, reports for the day, and I post this screen snap or this tab at about 8:20. The idea here, when I developed it long ago, was to give folks in the TLab that don't have the same kind of charting, all the numbers that that they might be able to use to completely confuse themselves. But no, not really. And that's the purpose of this stream. I'm not nearly active in the TLab anymore as I was, because I'm busy following the advice and narrating and focusing on my own market. Now, Tom B is the guy who started the TLab. He is a professional trader he started as a professional trader 48 years ago as a money manager. I'm sure now he trades his own account. I would be amazed if he was still managing other people's money, but you never know. The TLab is not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trading room. And it is a Discord room. But there's a good conversation in there and a good crew of people, advice about trading, some rearview mirror, look back analysis and things like that. So I appreciated the input and the people there. So I feel a sense of obligation every day to continue those minimum posts and follow their ideas, or his ideas, I guess, as far as my own market goes. So let's get back to where we were, the statistics. All right, how does that work? Well, while we're over here, it comes from the statistics column or report in IRT. Notice yesterday was lower in range. A couple of things. IRT highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30, blue. Any level that's revisited through the RTH trading session, the text color changes from black to blue. We've just determined that the open type is likely today to be higher in range. How does this statistic work? Or do these statistics work correctly in terms of scientific statistical procedure and, workflow? The system looks back at the most recent 1,805 trading days. That's the subset. Within these trading days of 1,800, we opened higher in range 569 of those days. That's the first criteria. Of those days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.5% of the time. Whoop. Overnight volume point of control 80.5. And that's all. Excuse me, that's all there is to it. Now, I'm just going to go down this list. The next one is the overnight high, 74.6. Right there. And so on. I want to show you one of the IBs, though, because that's kind of important. The IB high, 67.8. IB low, let's look at that one. 48.3. So, the IB low over here, 48.3. IB low. And the reason it's important to put the initials sorry, the minute this session opens, this IB low is going to jump down below price because it's the low of the first 1 hour, huh? And the high will come down above it. Also, another one that's important to do that with, in my opinion, is the previous POC, which is 66.2, and that's right there. Because it, too, will immediately move. And I want to know where that was. If I could get it on the right level, it would help. What are you singing about, Panda? All right, let's just keep plugging here. Overnight mid, overnight high, overnight mid, value area high, previous close, 69.1. I want that one. What's up, Panda? I see you over there giving me the Wookiee stare. I see you giving me the Wookiee stare, the commanding over IB high, POC, overnight low, previous high. The previous low go, that might be closer, 43.3. Oh. Not even close yet. Okay, what else do we have here? Quickly. Overnight low, that's always a good one. Overnight low. How low can you go? 48.3 again. Now, this is a really good example of these are probabilities and statistics. They don't have any idea where the other levels are. They don't have any idea that there's a war going on. They have two criteria, which we just established, and a look back of the most recent 1,805 days. Obviously, if we're going to get to 48.3% probability, we're going to get through 43.3 first, right? So you need to be sure and understand that these are not hard, fast target lines in the sand. These are probabilities. And I'm going to call this good. We're going to open in 2 minutes. Panda's going to rub the skin off my leg here for some reason. I'm not sure what she's up to, but okay. And in a minute, once we open, yeah, Panda, stand by. Dad's trying to do something here, okay? Yeah, stand by. Okay, we're opening in a minute and a half. I think I've got everything cooking along here. Hey, Antonio, bom dia. Tudo bem? Okay. About a minute left here for the open. I'll make sure that these volume columns reset. And then I'm going to need to change the IRT from full session to RTH. And then I'll probably bitch a while about the fact that IRT is lagging again, which is usual. And I have not set up Bookmap for trading yet because of the, I don't know. I don't script this pre-market stuff. It's, pretty much just what I think is important and in a similar kind of cadence or sequence. And so there we go. We're going to open here in about 10 seconds. There we go. And there we go. Okay. IRT fell on its ass as usual. man. Okay, so we've got the volume profile and delta reset. These are driven by IRT, so they're not going to move until I get IRT recalibrated, but on the next update they will. These are my percentages based on the new approach to the opening range trade. These would be the zones. You see that we opened right on the overnight volume point of control. What a coincidence. Okay, wait, Jesus. 53 seconds. Lag. A minute. IRT is just way too much data. Way too much data. Come down the pipe. I got to come up with something else. I don't know what. The way I change these is, I mean, it's got a lot of handy features here. This is how I change the session from full session to RTH. Pretty cool. But look at this lag. This is untradeable, unusable, essentially. If I wanted to use historical data, I could use, multi-charts or one of those stupid things and not pay for live data and blah, 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 a lot of things. So let me point out to you that Friday. Wait a minute. Where's the open here? We're not showing this today. There we go. Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. There we go. Now let's go to the mini. I'm kind of, I don't know. Never mind. I'm fixated about doing this to keep these levels properly aligned and push meaningful data to the people that share that. By the way, I'm happy to share these session prices for free with anybody that wants them. So if you happen to be one of those people, let me know. A lot of people in the TLab apparently still use them. So I'm pretty fixated about making sure that they're accurate. These prices, I start publishing them on at 1700 on Sunday evening until 1600 on Friday, continuously free. Drop something, like, subscribe, drop something in the chat that you could use those levels, and I'll hook you up with the link. Now you see that IRT did push a rotation since I put them on RTH session, and here's properly aligned the high and the low. Doesn't look right here because it's a little bit behind. This is wrong. Let's make sure we reset this right. Clear. Come on, you son of, oh man. There we go. You see, that's the difference in the length of time that I was able to, it didn't reset automatically exactly at 8:30 by rhythmic, and the difference in time for the volume profile from when I double clicked it and it registered that. Pretty disappointing. And let me also say that I have Rhythmic RTrader Pro set up in administrator mode. I can probably show you that somewhere here. Well, I thought, oh Christ, now it's doing that. Never mind. I'm not going to bother with it. I have it set up in administrator mode, and you can select Rhythmic will automatically update the system clock to the Rhythmic time server every 2 minutes. So I don't see why Bookmap seems to find a discrepancy, but they do. And I'm not tired of not bitching about it, but I'm tired of talking about it. No need. It's my problem. So we're off. We're running. We open smack in the middle. We are a big opening gap, of course, like every day. And the opening, it's an opening gap because the difference in the open, previous close, and the open. So there you go. Now let's widen this out to where we can see a few minutes here besides every 30 minutes. That's a little bit tight, eh? There's 15. And put Blue Boy on the job for this session. Good enough. So, Blue Boy, come on. Jesus Christ. There's the first print of the ETH session, the complete session, the RTH Open. And that's how this works. Okay, now let me set up the ability to trade, which is probably pretty handy. And I will configure the new developing trade management system of the hedging. So, in order to trade with Bookmap, the first thing you must do is activate the trade control panel. All things being equal, we're all right, I think. There's the open right up here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, look at there. Oh, is it 8:30? Yeah, I'm sorry, I haven't had my head around this new schedule here yet. So we're selling off. We've taken the overnight POC and we're coming down through, heading to settlement again. Keep your eye on these liquidity that keeps flashing around here. We've been going down and taking those out like clockwork. Shooting fish in a barrel lately. Just an observation, not a prediction. Yes, trade with book maps, Jesus. Trade control panel you activate with this padlock. On this new version, rather than choosing dome or chart trading with the mouse, you choose an account. And I'm using, for these exercise here, I'm using some Lucid accounts to de-risk. It was the only way I could find to have a good risk reward or and de-risk from two minis or two micros. So that's where this is. Now, the next thing I have to do here is activate, make sure I have the correct trading statistics happening, which it is, and multi-account trading is on, which it is, because this is one of those copy trade things, right? So if I take a trade here on the one account, it'll copy to the other 5. That's how you let me see something here. That's the, how you use scale, or the efficiency of scale, large numbers, to make the payout in the, I don't want to just trade sim to test out this new system. That seems stupid to me, when I can do this with the Lucid accounts and have the have the ability of to earn from it. Same, not of course not like I do with my live account, which is on hold while I do this testing, but also the risk is on hold while I do the testing. So there you go. I think that should be clear. Now, the next step of the hedge is to open up and configure. Oh, I know something I did wrong over there. I'm in a hurry and trying to think ahead of myself. The way the hedge works is, this is the mini. Again, select the account, configure one mini, close that again. I already know that these are correct, but I'm going to verify it. Yep, okay. Now let's go back here. I know something I did wrong. I didn't select the amount. Oh yes, it's in there from last night. Okay, great. So it's 5 micros and 1 mini. That's the initial setup for the hedge trade management. And I want to be real clear that this new hedge theory, which was developed and suggested and is practiced daily by Anton here in the stream successfully, is not anything weird, illegal, tricky, notice my hands will never leave my arms, none of that stuff. It's completely legal, verified by both AMP and Lucid and everybody else. And it is just a trade management alternative to a full stop. And what do I mean by that? And I'm busy in a one-armed paper hanger over here. So I have risk management trade plan with hard rules. I will never move a stop away from entry. ever. I will never trade without a planned stop and targets. That's like, I don't know what. Pick one. Pick the most ridiculous thing you can imagine yourself doing, and I will not do that. I'm an adult. I don't go to the bathroom in my pants either. You know what I'm saying? I don't overtrade. I don't FOMO. I don't chase. I don't move my stops away from entry, that kind of thing. So the hedge is simply a trade management technique or system that replaces the full stop and gives a more time to your setup, assuming that your setup, let's see, hard to pick one here. But let's say you entered Antonio's favorite, the VPOC migration. So you entered a little bit early. Price comes back. Rather than stop you out and now you're sitting on a loss, you have the opportunity for that to go and then head the direction you intended it to do. So that's it. Now, this is news. Abso-freaking-lutely. There's no question about that. There's no reports out. There's all this geopolitical thing. There's, and the administration people are busy melting down Fox News, saying all kinds of things which may or may not be the truth, frankly. And so we need to stand back and pick out and kind of, sort out the wheat from the chaff over here, I think. And this is obviously related to that. Antonio, I don't know if you've heard this, so I'm going to say it early before you get involved at the TLab. Are you familiar with Walter Bloomberg? And if you are not, and for anybody else, of course, I'm not a social media guy, but on the Twitter / now called X, go to a search for Walter, next word Bloomberg, at Delta One. This is a Swiss guy with a Bloomberg terminal who posts a continual stream when he's online of direct data out of Bloomberg. And they're always in caps, or in the case that I'm looking at right now, he's got a Truth Social post up there. And the most current one, which was 1 hour ago, is Trump, U.S. to hit Iran tonight, take Kargag Island at some point. Rog Island at some point. And it's actually much faster typically than Financial Juice, and certainly than investing.com. So if you know about it, cool. If you don't know about it, you do now. Anyone else for that matter. Walter Bloomberg at Delta One on Twitter. X, I guess. So there you go. Now, all right. And we've come right up here, tagged out the overnight mid, previous mid, put in the IB high, and we're coming back down, right? We came over the open. So we have not closed the gap by a bit. We did come right down and test the value area low from yesterday. Right here. Value area low. Boom. If you want to look at the market profile, this damn thing doesn't want to stay where it belongs. I think the sell-off I hope the sell-off's underway. It's about time. We've had irrational, exuberant stupidness. The economy's on its ass. Unemployment is up. Inflation's higher than it's been since 2007, I think. And of course, 2007, everything in the economy was just great. There was not going to be anything bad happen anytime soon then, huh? Oh, wait. 2008. Yeah, that's right. That's the total financial collapse. So, yeah, I don't think there's absolutely any reason for all-time highs, and haven't for some time. But irrational exuberance, what are you going to do? I mean, nobody cares what I think, so there we have it. Here we are. Here we are. Here's our IB trade based on the percentage probabilities of the E and edgeful data, which I'll probably not be able to get into. Maybe. I've got to dust off out of here at 9:30. It's having a hard time getting used to this new schedule. I'm back in a few minutes, but I've got to take Tam. I'm the designated driver here in the family, so there we go. Well, previous POC, remember how cute it is that we put those initials? IB low. We're 5 minutes wide. We've got Blue Boy on the job. We're taking out statistic levels right, left, and center. Here we are. All dressed up, no place to go here, I guess. Let's, these, by the way, these statistics right here, these percentage levels, these are percentage calculations of the initial balance range, and it's dynamic forming now. These are pushed to Bookmap so that I can trade them. Right here, there's the IB low, 25, 50, 25. I mean IB high, 25, 50, 25. IB low. That should have everybody up to speed. I've set up the hedge. And let me maybe explain that. And of course, nothing is in place yet or in play until 9:30. And unfortunately, that's when the exact moment I have to leave. So it's, I don't know what to say. It's inconvenient, but hey, life's what happens while you're making other plans, right? And obviously there are things in this world which are more important than me standing here narrating my trading, and that happens to be the family. So I regret not being able to be more continuous here, but such is life. I'll apologize in advance, I guess. Let's get some Mookie going and get everybody stirred up here. What do you think? This, an interesting statistic. Wow. I'll talk about it. There we go. Wow, look at that spike. There's the ETH high. There's previous IB low. Taking out the POC. We're just ticking them off. So let me kind of quickly go through that dynamics of that hedge. Wait a second here. I'm all off. Keep forgetting to do these timestamps. I apologize. So the initial balance is what we're waiting on forming, and in case you don't know what that is, Antonio certainly does, but for the sake of the stream, the initial balance low is a market profile business here. Let's refresh this one. I don't have this set to do it automatically. I'm trying to save resources. There we are. It is the most probable statistic that we achieve in any RTH trading session. It's the top one. Today it's 97.1% probability. Yesterday was 98.1. You know, they're all over 97. The lowest is 97.1% probability that at some point between 9:30 in the morning and 1600 this afternoon, price will revisit the IB high or the IB low. That's the statistic. It's an old market profile thing. People have been watching it for years. So that's the IB stat that we talk about, I talk about frequently. And that's what this trade is based on at the outset. I mean, that's the first criteria, and then the data, I'm able to drill in on the data to become more specific. So essentially, this is the IB high so far, this is the IB low so far. Obviously, this will continue to go up, this will continue to go down until the first 1 hour. So, there we go. The hedge setup, yeah, well, I'll get into that when I get back. It is legal. It is not some skullduggery or some, you know, fancy footwork all done with mirrors. Let's look in the rearview mirror. I'm an internet guru. It is it's a very straightforward, great idea to hedge our positions, which is nothing, but it's used only in our context. It's used only as a trade management alternative to a full stop. And to briefly, since I'm not going to be doing any trading now, certainly, until 9:30, we can start looking at the data in a minute and figure out what probabilities we have for, you know, that trade in today's data. But let's talk about the hedge first, and the way I can do that the most direct, I believe, is, let me get this set up for you here. Okay, as I said before, micros set up to trade 5 lots, 5 micros per entry. Minis set up to trade the E-mini 1 contract. Now, I'm sure you are aware that the ratio of micros to minis is 10-1. So here's the philosophy. Let's just pick a hypothetical entry price of 73.20 and we'll say short. So here's a tool I cooked up to help me get through figuring this out. We're going to say 73.20. That's pretty funny. I was doing 72s last night. 73.20. All right. And we're going to change this to a short. So what happens is, and we're going to use a 12-tick stop, our hard stop, just as my risk neutral methodology that I've used for so long with the multi-brackets. In place of that stop at 12 ticks or 3 points, the hedge will now be implemented. And the way it works is very simple. Here's our entry, 73.20, 5 lot. Price goes against this, price goes against this, price goes against this. This would be our stop. So normally we would be stopped out on 5 contracts, 5 mini micros at 3.5 points or 12 ticks. I'm sorry, 3 points, 12 ticks times 5. Huh? But this is the tick difference. What happens instead of a stop out is we buy another 5, put on a trade for another 5 micros short. Means our average price is 73.21.5, and we go long 1 mini at the same simultaneously as the short. So at this moment, with the hedge on, this is our average price. The maximum drawdown we can have are 15 or 6 ticks. Price can go to the moon, it can go to the floor, doesn't matter. The relationship is 1-to-1. It's a direct hedge with 6 ticks. That's the philosophy. Then, assuming that price turns around and goes in the direction you think so, then the next piece of the project or the risk management or trade management is which leg comes off and when. That's the basics, and it's completely legal and I was so cautious about it that I went to the tech department and the support of each of my broker and Lucid and everybody else and spelled it out exactly. Yes, it's very definitely legal. So now it's 9 o'clock and we have just tagged out by a tick or two. We've increased the IB high. Remember that we've got these stats up here above us. There's the previous IB low, and here's the overnight high. And there's some liquidity flashing up there. So now you know. We've talked about the hedge. We've talked about the IB. I'm not on mute. What a good thing that is. And yeah, there we go. I'm doing a stream at night now, the Globex Open at 1700, just a short stream for 4 hours from 1700 to 2030 to explore if there's some interesting opportunities in the opening range trades for the Globex, which is 1700 to 1600, or 17 to 1800, and then the Tokyo Open, just to see if there's some. I'm looking for a period of time with less volatility and less crazy tweet world madness, and which has, profit potential. So that's in addition to this stream. All right, so what's going on now? First 30 minutes is in. I better look for my Levi's here, I guess. Look here, we came right up to the London high. There's usually liquidity. Oftentimes there'll be a liquidity run around these values. That's the London high that's been in there for a long time. We got within a tick of it. London session high. There's if this will work, I don't know. IRT seems to have a big problem always. So here is Asia's high and low. Look at there. And London high and low. We just took out London, or Asia. and equals London so far. What does that mean? I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. So, lag time. I think what I'll do before I leave here, as every day, I will restart IRT and hopefully it'll iron the knots out of its knickers. We're still on a 6-7 second. Well, that's not so bad. Let's let it see if it calms down here. And no lag. Oh, I'm gonna restart it. Restart, boop, boop, boop. Okay. Shit. Well, we got a triple top at 35s. And just a couple of ticks off the overnight high. So that's always fun. You gotta hit the door at 9:30. That's, I'm real sorry, but I don't know what to say or do. Nothing. Just what I'm gonna say or do. Life's what happens while you're making other plans. We've got a 82 to 35, so 50 handle, 48 handle range so far on the IB. Been some pretty dramatic stuff here lately. And that's to be expected. We've got crazy times, crazy squared going on here. Crazy cubed. Well, I can tell you one thing that's going to happen just from my usual elementary basic observations of the market for such a long time. Book map. IRT. Look at this profile right here and here and tell me what it looks like to you. It looks like somebody cut the top off. And I can promise you, not a prediction, an observation, that there is going to be, this market is going to trade up here to bring this profile to a more logical conclusion. Taper. It's not so dramatic over here, but it is just crazy right over here. Look at that. Just an observation, not a trade advice. I'm not going to do it. I mean, well, for various reasons. And the same with the NQ. At some point, this profile is going to be repaired and there's going to be some taper up here. I mean, have you ever been to an auction? It's like the auction is busily going along and somebody trips over, unplugs the microphone, you know, and they're just, and then everything stops and then they wait and they get it plugged back in, the auctioneer kicks back up again and up you go. I would be flabbergasted if that doesn't happen in this session. And let's go back to book map and see why that is. Well, there's the auction coming up, boop, boop, boop. I just pointed that out earlier. There's a triple top up there. Well, that's what it looks like on a profile. Not as pronounced here on the the bookmap volume profile. This looks more normal. Came to a conclusion, tapered down, however you want to look at it. But boy, on IRT, not so. Now, maybe IRT's data's upside down. That's, you know, that's could give the same issue or same look. 10 after, okay, no, here we go, selling off again because that's what we do. Somebody said something again. Back to the open. So we have, you know, we've done all of this. Open is right there if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, that's developing value area low. Sorry. Ah, here's the open. Okay. Now, before I get ready to blow dodge here, I am going to disable the trade control panel because I don't like my cat Lucky here, who thinks he swears he knows how to trade better than I do. Come in here and start doing the cat dance on the keyboard or something, and you know, I don't like those kind of surprises. Or fat finger or whatever. Just a precaution. I'm sure over cautious, and but hey, there you are. Having a problem with IRT. Well, there's all kinds of data drama going on. Apparently, bookmaps upside down and IRT. Somebody cut the head off IRT. And I'm going to do something just out of curiosity here. I don't think I need to because here's the data. But I am going to do a download, which is really easy to do, and see. You can watch the progress up here. Let's see what happens. Tomorrow's going to be the last day of the M contract too, if I'm not mistaken. Rollover is Expirations the 18th. Well, now, oh, now this is all screwy. Oh, there we go. Now, same story. All right, let's look at, before I have to go, let's start the data analysis for the initial balance statistics today based on the percentages and the probabilities. And the way I'm doing that now, I'm trying to lean more and more on this Edgeful data tool. Got a log. Well, there we are. So, the gap fill, we know that part. Let's get over here to the initial balance. Right here. So here is the initial balance original data for the MES. Looking back 6 months, standard report. Here we are. It's forming. We know that. There's a 76% probability we will break one side. 22% will break both of them, and a 2.38% will break neither. Or here you go. There's the stats. And that should be obvious what that is. Looking at TradingView, which is a real handy visualization tool here. These indicators come with the Edgeful subscription. All these indicate part of it. So there's that. I like the session, the candle, the continuation or bias, and the initial balance. And then this handy dandy little dashboard up here. Right now our initial balance is 52.75 points. That's a lot. So at this moment, the IB low was put in first. The IB high is then the likely suspect for a breakout, single break. The continuation or the bias candle, there's the open, and at this moment, there's a close. Now this bobs up and down until the end of the IB is set at 1 hour. I've got this continuation candle range set for the same period of time as the initial balance, 1 hour. The thinking here is the basic probabilities are that the level formed second is usually the most likely to single break. So we formed the IB low first, and now the IB high is the single break. Here's what can happen, and did yesterday. The initial balance is not done. It's only 918. If this low comes down and pushes the low out by a tick, the whole thing goes on its head. Now, all of a sudden, the initial balance high is first level, and the low would be second. So those dynamic would change. This is a real handy visualization tool for sure. So let's look at the rejection, because this is a report that I find really meaningful. Well, we need to change a few things in the customization here. This is from yesterday, so let's look at all the days, and let's look at none or all of these zones and save. Okay, so if the opening range high is formed first, these would be the probabilities that you would expect first break, opposite for the low. Now what we're going to do is start filtering in on these customizations, right? The day of the week and then the ending zone. So, and then we can look at the retracements. And I've got to look at where's my wallet? Where's my car keys? Got 10 minutes here. So let's move now to the next customization, which is the days of the week. This is Thursday. quite a difference. So far, the initial balance low was put in first, so we would expect the initial balance high to be taken out in that configuration without any notice paid to the ending zone. I'll explain that in a minute. And there's a 76% probability that the high would be the first break. The ending zone, what is that? And that's a good question. And I'm going to go back to TradingView again because it's the simplest. Each one of these is 25%, right? So there's, and the way you assign the ending zone values are, assuming that the low was put in first, 0 to 25%, 25% to 50%, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. And how that number is determined to add, and that each one of those percentages are assigned to the ending zone is this little guy right over here. Wherever price, the last or the closing price of the last candle in the initial balance zone, the initial balance time frame, which is the first 1 hour, is the zone. So if we closed right now, there's the closing price, it would be 75 to 100% would be the zone. If it closes up here, it's 0 to 25%. And then you put that into the statistic, and as you might imagine, makes a hell of a difference. You put that into the charting over here, and as you might imagine, makes a hell of a difference. Let's do that. Let's look at 75 and 25, 40 and 58, and let's just do it out of curiosity for fun. Let's make it 75 to 100 and see what happens. Nothing. No occurrences on the MES looking back 6 months. Now, that was probably a bit dramatic, but you get the point. So, there we go. And unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to set that for you because I'm going to be southbound and down at the bottom of the hour here, which is when that would set. But you get the point. You can do it yourself. You can look at even on my charting here, book map. These are the zones. There's the IB low, 25, 50, 75, or 25 in the high. So wherever this candle closes at 9:30, that's the applicable zone. And you can use your common sense. If it closes down here, and there's the first initial balance level to be in place. What impact do you suppose that would have on the IB high being the most likely suspect to be broken first? Seems pretty obvious. Okay, so that's, nothing to do with statistics is mystical or magical, or do you need to have a pointy hat on or a magic wand? It's common sense. That's why I like it. And now I'm got to do some common sense things like find my shoes and my wallet and all that crap. So I'm going to also update the music here a little bit because I think Combo Jumbo is about over. Maybe not. Yeah, let's go back to classical jazz. I know that's a long one. There we go. And greed and fear index is off the map. Crypto, well, I could care less. They all go broke. They deserve it, in my opinion. The only thing cryptocurrency is used for is illegal activities. You can't go buy a pizza. You can't, the time to process it compared to Visa is like centuries compared to now. And some of these geniuses like Saylor who have, got a whole bunch of it and proclaimed how it was going to replace the thing and how it was never going to, gold and cash was ridiculous. Now, all of a sudden, what are they doing? They're using it exactly like gold or cash. They've got futures for it, and the government is looking at it, and it's ridiculous. I mean, compared to how it started out, and the thought of it was good, none of that came to pass. Now they're doing crypto treasuries or some silly crap, and now Saylor's having to sell it because he has issued bonds with such high returns in, guess what, dollars, that he's got to sell crypto in order to pay the interest on the bonds. And the only people that use it for anything are for illegal activities that I know of. If you know something different, I'm all ears. All right, I am going to blow dodge here pretty quick. Thanks for coming by the stream. I'll be back in about an hour. The music's going, the charts are up. We're bouncing around. Remember my prophecy about the flatheads over here. And let's see where we're going. Have a great one. I'll be right back. Hey, sorry about that. Yeah, I was back, and the second I typed, I'm back, my son called. So we're having I just got off the phone. Sorry about that. Yeah, well, we had another one of the anti-normal, it's not the right way to say it, but the most probable level to single break is opposite the first level form. So the IB high was the level to be broken, and several times now within the last few days it's been the opposite way. So that's contrary to the data. I'll have to look at the closing. The closing zone the ending zone could have something to do with it, which is right here. Look at that, dead level. So it's 25 to 50. I want to try to catch up as quick as I can here. Sorry. Let me see what's going on. 25 to 50. Well, in this case, it's a dead heat, so it's 50-50. Looking back 6 months, 50-50 that it'd be the IB high or the IB low, so it did not invalidate the statistics. It was a coin flip, and that's what happened, and it went south. So, all right, let's see what else I'm trying to get up to speed with. 67 target for today, above the ETH high. And 02 if we get lower. Ooh, 02 would be snazzy. I'd do 60, 70, or 100 points with you. We are getting, I wonder if one of my structured trade shares paid out. Let's check. Nothing on this side of the fence. What's going on here? Oh wait, I know what that is. That's this here. There we go. And this one here. Okay. And that one there. Okay. And that one there. Okay. So here we go. Hey Panda, yeah. Well, something's wrong. Something's wrong here with IRT because this has been breached. What the hell's going on? It says it's 9:15. What is this all about? Something's up. I don't know what, but that's not normal. What's going on over here? Oh, this is all on its ass. IRT's come to a screaming halt, apparently, while I was gone. Jesus Christ. There's the data. It's on track. It's up to date. It's blah, blah, blah. And nothing's happening. We're only at 9:14. Jesus Christ. What the hell is going on? Well, that's a lot of fun. Panda, stop giving me the Wookiee stare. Damn it. I'm surprised that I saw a couple of tweets or a couple of Discord things when I was driving back from dropping TAM, and apparently that's what they're worrying about from TLab, I guess. Son of a bitch. I'll tell you, I'm on the... I saw that Furs or somebody said something when I did the post early this morning. I saw Furs was talking to Rod about how he's got his first instance of Sierra chart up and whatever. Now we're... So I guess slowly but surely Yeah, Panda, hold on. Dad's trying to do something here. Yeah, I know. I know it's not nearly as important as cat's nap. Always something. Well, 10:35. At least now it's apparently tracking properly. Jesus, what a pain in the ass. Yeah, ETH. I did the Globex stream last night, and it was it took off shortly thereafter for London. Well, it looks like it's publishing now. Magic. So what have we got? 707s. Right around open again. Yeah. Okay. This thing isn't responding at all. Oh man. I am so over this thing. RT's not responding at all here. Nothing, 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 nothing. I don't know if it's, I can't even get to the window thing to see if there's a frickin' dialog box open somewhere. Well, magic. Telling you, this seems like a lot of trouble here lately. Jesus, this is a pain in the ass. Okay. Done. I have no idea what's going on here, other than IRT's non-responsive. But ironically, I'm seeing movement here on the price indicator, and the heartbeat is still ticking over. I guess. See this? Watch this yellow line. Bobbing up and down over here. I don't know where this came from. The menu won't work. Now we're getting something closing off. Okay, now maybe it's got its shit together. Wow, what a hassle. Uploading. No lags. Time looks right. No, time's way off. Well, let's check. 40, yeah, time's all right. Oh, man. But I can't switch tabs. All right, I'm shutting this mess off, assuming I can do that. Okay, let's look at something else here. I'm tired of that. Tell the IRT people that I'm not having any luck over here. Wish I was not dependent on IRT stuff myself, including here on Bookmap. That would make cutting the cord a hell of a lot easier. Sick and tired of the lags all the time and freezing up, and I do not think it's my machine, but maybe. I don't know. Anyway, let's see where we're going now. We're banging around the open. We've done the initial balance low. and failed back to the center, back to the 50%. So, you know, in theory, this is a 50% retrace. Plus, would qualify for a long towards the IB low. But I'm busy standing here fighting with IRT. So here we are. What else is going wrong? We've got the music and I don't think there's any more than normal. The Pentagon has been locked down. Hazmat teams are responding. Well, there you go. People evacuated from several floors in the Pentagon. Well, there you go. Jesus. Well, there you go. But you know, what is this? Look, just read this right here if you haven't got financial juice. Look at this. This is the President of the United States and people dying. And he's furious because the media doesn't view his recent strikes powerful enough. What kind of... I don't get it, man. This is cheap reality TV. This is not the world as I know it. I'm sorry, but this is just not good on any level. Wow. Wow. Completely wackadoodle. That's a new term. That's a technical term, wackadoodle. So anyway, welcome back, welcome something to the stream here. My virtual trading journal. This 9:30 departure or school run, you know, it's really putting a crimp in the day as far as the initial balance trade, considering that's the statistic that I have vetted and that I rely on, so that making it kind of difficult. Jesus. Where are we for the stats now that we closed in the range? Did we? Let's check and see. Yeah, we closed in. No, we did not. Oh yeah. Sorry, we closed in the 25 to 50 range. So that part's okay there. So it's a 50-50 break on a Thursday with that closing zone with the initial balance low formed first. Let's look at the retrace. In that configuration over here, 57% probability we retrace to the 25 and 28% we retrace to the 50, and we've already exceeded that. So that would have been a likely suspect for that short, which is right here. There's the break. There's the retrace to the 50. There would be the logical data-driven short entry right here with a stop above there and 2 to 1, right? It's automatically 2 to 1 even if you target the IB low because you are 1, 2, 1. So there you go. I'm busy fighting with IRT and I don't watch it anymore either. I just I don't know whether you've seen this one or anybody else has, but I'm not sure when someone, the world, the people of the country, or somebody are going to, we hear all this austerity, Doge is going to save trillions of dollars and cut waste and all of this kind of stuff. I want to show the statistic here, so it's not somebody, I'm not making this up. In other words, let me see if I can pull it up here. Okay, look at this. This Fight Club crap that somebody has suggested would be a good thing for the MAGA people in front of the White House. $60 million and 7 federal agencies required to do this. Last time I heard, none of the fighters would come, and it was canceled. But still, $60 million to disgrace the White House and 7 federal agencies. So is the MAGA base now the people who are enamored with Fight Club? I mean, I don't know where it even came from. I don't even know what this Fight Club thing is. But when I see that and I see this atrocity in front of the White House, I go, what in the hell is going on? It's just, how are they paying for several all the employees, several federal agencies, and I don't know. It's like the ballroom, the $200 billion or whatever it is ballroom was going to be paid by people giving Trump money so that they could get government contracts, but that's not been the case. It's now dumped back over onto the taxpayers. And how does that work? Used to be when you bought off politicians or contributed something to a politician's cause and then got a non-competitive government contract, that used to be against the law. I just am shocked at the things that go on these days. I'm like you, I don't read the news. I just happen to see that on ground news, which is about the only thing I can look at anymore, because I can determine the skew and the spin and all of those things, because they're graded there by a unbiased agency. I don't know. It's just weird as hell, I'll tell you. And I suppose this has all got something to do with that woman that came from wrestling, whatever her name was. She's probably in there someplace, one of the cabinet members, of course. I forget their names. I just blanked that stuff out of my memory. I didn't read the article, actually. It might address all of that stuff. I'll be honest about that. I didn't read that. Let's see what it said. Well, it doesn't. You would have thought they would say something about that 60 million. It is inferred here from this article, and you can see who reported it and what their skew is. that it's coming out of the taxpayer money. Certainly, all of the people working the thing are, and yeah, I don't know. What can you say? I don't know. Anyway, so there you go. I don't know. Christ, how ridiculous. That's America now. Cage fighting on the White House lawn. Holy Christ. And another grift, right? My. Wow. So, boy, oh boy. Man. Oh, this is not what I want to do over here. Well, I wish this thing would stop that. I don't know why this thing keeps doing that. That IRT and I are not getting along. That's absolutely for sure. And now we're in a range. We extended out, did that IB drop, and now we're just flopping back and forth over the open and the mid and the VWAPs and everybody else. I'm gonna go search of food. Best. Recent poll I saw also that 11%, it now down to only 11% of Europeans, and I think British as well, but I'm not positive, in a poll consider America to be an ally. I found that pretty disappointing also. Whoop, sorry. Well, yeah, I'm this thing with Tam's schedule being all goofy and leaving here at 9:30 has got me on my back foot. I'm really there's been a couple of opportunities now presented in this Globex stream I'm doing, which is, you know, I'm looking at that strictly to get away from this craziness and this geopolitical nonsense, and some sort of a little more normal. Next step, I'm going to be looking at the DAX or something. But yeah, with this random craziness going on in the background on top of everything else and the economy getting ready to fall on its head, the RTH is tough. And even had I not been looking at any of the data, the edgewell stuff, the retrace, any of that stuff, just a typical initial balance continuation trade, which is there's the IB and it pulls back there and there's the get on for the continuation. What is that? 82 to 62. Okay, that's 20 handles. So that's well within the target for one old-fashioned initial balance trade. Let's see if it even triggered over here, come to think about it. Yeah. Oh man, my well, there's the low. Let's get rid of all this noise, all this fractal go. And we don't need the opening range either. Yeah, so there we are. And it went to both targets, which is exactly correct. So this says 70, 76 ticks. Maybe I need to just fall back to this thing because it seems to be hitting more accurately than any of the other strategies so far. This is my oldest, the old-fashioned fixed zone IB trades. So there's the IB. The unfortunately the ABC doesn't show up on here, but that's because of the restart. But there's the A right there, and the B, and the trigger, T1, T2. And by the way, if you're, in case anybody in earshot here, well, yeah, that might be something because I'm up real early, you know, like some of these days is 4:30 in the morning. So that's the better day actually for me for trading, because the run is, she needs to be out there at 6. So I'm back well before the stream even starts, and I have the entire day until 1:30 to focus on the stream. But then, you know, I'm dragging in the dirt by the time it's Globex stream time after being up for 18 hours or whatever. So these zones here are just real simple for anybody that cares. First of all, there are the numbers if you want to screenshot that, and you can do the math, but it's real simple. Initial balance, high or low. The pullback zones are 3 to 5 points from the IB low or high. The continuation zones, these blue ones, are 3 to 5 points the other way. And the trigger is 1 point either side of the IB. That's all there is to it. And that's what this does, and that's how these work. There's the A, opens above, closes below the IB. A. B, right here, it penetrates, and the high or low is within the continuation zone, not this one or this one. And then pull back to the trigger, and there you are. That simple. And oh, this one took a trade too. Well, there you go. And let me see. It's still in the trade. So this is still in a trade. And it's correct for the short because... Yeah, I forgot about the restart, sorry. Boom, let's do all of this crap here, and this one, and this one, and that one. So this is real easy. Breakout. Open inside, close outside. Trigger. High or low between 50 and 75. That's the entry. And then the first target. Let me see how I have those targets. Based on the percentages anyway, and then the stop is up here. So there you go. This is based on the edgeful stuff, the probability, the percentages of the zone. Okay. Keep dancing back and forth over the open. That's, well, we did flatten out that, or take out that flat top. So, see, I'm a fortune teller. In reality, this RTH session sucks. It's just retail soup. I mean, looking at it on the big, from the big picture, here's Blue Boy. There's our open. And we're just slamming back and forth, grinding them up. He's looking in the closet, Mom. Jumping in looking for the closet bed. Well, so much for that 50%. Well, actually, it did trade reasonably okay. If you got short at 50, that's 09. About 20 handles. Again, this range keeps throwing me off when we're 2.5 points like this. I get all discombobulated here about the scale, relative scale. I'm not suggesting that trading this kind of chop is a recommendation. As a matter of fact, I don't recommend anything ever. Try not to anyway, except when I'm going to take a trade and I anticipate. So what I was commenting about in the rearview mirror here is that, but it was at the moment, we broke out the low. The initial balance high was put in second. We've done the statistics over here to identify that. Wait a minute. I promise we have done them. With this configuration and this ending zone, there's a 50-50 probability that the high or low will be the first break when the IB low was formed first. And there's a 60-minute IB, and it's the MES, and we're looking back 6 months. All of those things are given, and here they are. The IB low is first, and then the IB high. The first break was, I can't really show you where the, well, I can too probably. There's 9:30, so that's the break of the IB, and we closed in here between 25 and 50, and that's what we put in the stats in the closing zone. The IB low was taken first. The retracement was, and that's where we were going a minute ago. Hold on. Nobody move. The retracement here is under all of those same conditions. Oh, I see one thing wrong right here that I didn't correct yet. It's not Tuesday anymore, it's Thursday. Under those conditions, the initial balance low breakdown meant it was broken out. There's a 75% probability we retrace to 25, and there's a 62% probability we retrace to the 50. There's a 25% probability that we retrace to the 25. What does any of that mean? Well, when I was talking about it, there's the IB low, there's the 75% probability, and here's the 62% probability. My comment was that this would validate, this would be a valid short based on the retracement and the data. And there was a 20-point move. Now, they've come back in that phase all the way to the 26%, to the 25% retracement. In my opinion, that's not a short. That's when you start looking to go the other direction. But anyway, that's what I was talking about based on the data. And here's perhaps an easier way to look at it. The low is formed first. There's the high. The low is taken first. That's okay. It was 50-50. 75% probability we retrace to here. 60% probability we retrace to here, and we did by the tick. Short, stop. Unfortunately, the target would be the low, and we didn't get there. But if you're trailing or trade management, you're in profit. It would have taken the profit, but those are big ifs. So now we retrace to the 25%. Here's another one. What's the probability of a double break in this configuration? That's always an interesting data point. Let's go back over here. Make sure I've got all the rest of this right. Thursday, 25 to 50, yada, yada, yada. Break high, break low. Let's look at the standard report by weekday. There's a 25% probability that will double break, given this basic data. Now this particular standard chart or weekday chart doesn't use all the nifty little secret stuff like the ending zone, and it does do the days of the week. So here, which is surprising. Watch this. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, ooh, Thursday, and Friday. Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, so now the RTH 1 is pretty much over, and that's where I am fairly certain my comfort zone is for trading. And I don't know what to do other than apologize for this schedule until I figure it out. I don't know what to do. Sorry. Now, if you're a good scalper or you've got some mean reversion talent, excuse me, strategies pre-identified and pre-vetted, taking these outside in swings are viable because this is 12 points. So this is not, chump change across here. And if you can get back to the mid, you're looking at 20 something handles. I'm not going to do that. It's nothing I've vetted, except I could say that the initial balance failure could be considered that. But that's the rearview mirror, and that's not a place I live. So there's that. Now, last night I was, falling asleep to a trading video as usual, and I try to do something, Tom or the Edgeful guys or something. And one of the Edgeful people has a new idea, this Zinc guy, and I have no idea about this guy. He could be, just nothing but BS and bus tickets. I don't know. But I'll try to show you what it is best I can, and I'm no whiz bang with TradingView, as you know. So this is last night's Tokyo Globex. Here's the Globex, and here's Tokyo Open or Asia Open at 1900 Central Standard Time. And what he's done is he's come up with a similar idea to the hedge. And here's the way it was explained and that I understand it. Let's assume that there's the initial balance low first, the high. The initial balance low is getting ready to close over here. This is a more of a front run thing, I think, or because he says not. Okay, so we could use this one because one of his new epiphanies was that he doesn't front run any more at all. This one would be front running because anything that, here's the IB break. Okay, and next you're waiting for the retrace, and that percentage we just looked at was, let's say, 50 or 70%. It was going to retrace to 25, and that would be the suggested long. So what his idea is, and I think I know how to do this, maybe. Okay, so let's say that's the long right here. He would target the high and have his stop at the 50. That's 1-to-1. Assuming price, now in this case, it would go, you'd be a rock star, right? But assuming that you get stopped out here, you enter a short, I hope I get this right now, you enter a short right here, and your stop is the 25%, and your long is the IB low. So you've taken the stop, there makes the stop back, and you've made an R risk to reward ratio of 1-to-2, or if you want to do it to this thing here, 1-to-1. The danger, of course, is that you take this stop, and then you also take this stop, but that's no different than the original idea where they were, if they entered here, their stop was the low, right? So, or their stop was 2 points down, was 2 handles down, 2 zones down. So it's essentially risking 2. Yeah, I'm probably not explaining this exactly right, but I hope you get the point. What this is just flipping the other way. But the key part is you flip immediately on the stop, and your stop for the flip is your entry on the original trade. So that's something that I haven't even thought about. I just heard that last night and thought, well, that's interesting. I'll look at that this morning on, visually like this right here so that I can understand what he's talking about. And that's what it is. Kind of an alternate to the hedge. You'd have to be extremely disciplined, I think. I wouldn't have a problem with it, nor would you, I don't believe, Anton. But I can see where some poor, some poor trader that wasn't quite as disciplined and about over trading could try that 6 different times, and suddenly be upside down in spades. But I can understand doing it once. The worst that you're looking at is the 1-to-1 stop, and the worst that's the worst, I guess. If both of them were taken out, 2-to-1, that would be. But you can't front run it, and it needs to be, because you need to have that ending zone in place to know whether you would viably target a 25%. Or 7, in this case, this would be the 75 to 100 zone. So, or no, the 25, 0 to 25, indicating that it would go that way. I think I got that figured out. That's what I saw. Now, whether that is logical or not, the first thing I see that's a little bit doesn't ring exactly true is from here to here is 1. From here to here is 1. So that's risking 1 to make 1, okay? Then if you enter here short, if you flip short at that moment and your stop is there, you would, if you put your target here, then it's 1-to-1. If you achieve the low, you've negated this stop and gotten R 1-to-2, which makes up for this one. I'm not sure that sounds. It doesn't sound as. I have to look at that on a spreadsheet or something, so where it makes sense to me that it's more advantageous from an account point of view than the hedge. The only thing with the hedge that I've had happen before in replay is get my taking off one leg wrong or taking off the right leg at the wrong time and suddenly have an extra big drawdown. And I will say that this limits your drawdown absolutely because they're hard stops, right? So that was interesting anyway. A new wrinkle. And another, what am I doing here? I'm not writing anything down over in this stupid thing again. Well, that was the first thing that crossed my mind, and that's what I just said. Is like, I can understand you or I or somebody that goes, okay, this is going to be the once. But then, and if you get double stop, that's the end of the story. But I can understand somebody that thinks that I'm just going to keep doing this, and maybe that might not have a happy ever after ending. Yeah, that was my first thought too. And I don't know that it worked for him either. That's what he said he was trying now, instead of his usual enter at the 50 front running and all that. And what he used to do, one part of his logic, since we're looking at this and talking about it, was his logic was that he used to front run from the 50 in these Globex periods. He'd front run from the 50. Well, you didn't have the ending number yet, or the zone. So that was, adding a little uncertainty. And then his target was the high and his stop was the low. So his logic is, if I wait for the 25 and the end of the IB, in other words, over here, I've got the zone, I've got the whole probability pointing up, and I enter at the 25 with the stop at the 50, then when he turns around and flips it the other way because it went wrong on him, he's not risking any more than he did here, because 50 to 75, 75 to 100, 25 to 50, short 25 to 50. That was his logic, if I understood it all correctly. And, it's like a lot of things, you can make the math pretty much do whatever you want. But I see where he's going. In my opinion, at this point, I'm of the belief that I'm not going to do any front running, because you're circumventing some of the statistics that are part and parcel of the system. This is perfect, and I was long gone, I was off to bed because I was tired. And there's the perfect pullback to the 25, go long, and look at the potential result. And that's absolutely as per the statistics. Low first, high second, IB high was the first break, pulls back to the 25, which is the highest probability, and up you go. And you put your stop under the 50. So, yeah. So much easier to show this stuff on over here than trying to do it on IRT or some other where. And I don't know anything about this guy either, other than I've only just heard of, my thinking about, I guess I do give him some credence, because I think that Andre, the guy the founder and CEO of Edgeful, is a long way from stupid and has gotten himself a gold mine on the ground with this new Edgeful thing. And he has this guy part of like a live stream in the morning, leaning on the data and whatnot. And I don't think he'd have some, I don't know, think about Bookmap. I would imagine that somebody that was doing that would vet the person that he was going to have representing the software. But then Bookmap, they don't apparently do that. We've talked about that before. I don't think there's any vetting process at all for the people that do the Bookmap, whatever they call them, the Discord rooms. I don't know. Maybe not. But we'll see. I don't know. I doubt if he listens to anybody else's anything, frankly. But and a guy that is part of the stream here, especially in the evenings, Magic Trader.
he had heard of that guy because when he was in last night and we were talking as I was doing the Globex stream, and I mentioned something about the data and this idea, and I said some guy Nick he calls himself Zinc. He goes, "Oh, you've heard of Zinc?" And I said, "Yeah." Why? "Oh, nothing." So I don't know. I do know one thing. I know he's one of these guys that knows he's strictly, well, I don't know about strictly or and only, but he is very definitely really playing the whole evaluation payment story, strategies, and has a code, use my code for this and all that kind of stuff. So he's definitely into that whole thing. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't watched one of the videos about the stream in the morning. I don't know whether it actually streamed the live trades or not. Another thing that he does frequently, and they do in there, but he does frequently, is instead of the NQ or the ES, it's the Qs or the spider, and he's executing on either Tradeovate for whichever account or thing he's doing, or executing on TradingView. I'm going to do that. I'm going to make a point of paying attention, not just hearing background noise to fall asleep, but actually pay attention to. And the streams are short. I think the streams are an hour or so. Whether they're really trading live or just one of the other guys is a South African trader who's trading CFDs, of course. And I never see any live trades from him, but I'm in a little short here and I took profit there and that kind of thing. I've never noticed him. I think his name is James Bruce, I think. I know. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the hedges are really a great idea, and I appreciate very much that you shared that. I'm still not clear on how I take off which leg. I mean, I have a pretty good theory about that, but how do I guarantee it doesn't run away with me? What I think I need to figure out next from all of these calculations that I do here, when the leg comes off, not only do I need to know scratch, I need to know the maximum loss, right? So that there's a value, because this would put off scratch. For example, this example, 73.20, blah, 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 short, etc. Okay, let's say we're going to take off 73.21. We're going to close that long leg at 73.21. Well, there's a scratch, 73.19. So if I take off this long at the average price in, it's not scratch until 73.19 half. Right there. Meaning this is all a loss. So do I, assuming that I take it off there, where maybe determine a value that I put in a hard stop to absolutely limit my potential risks, because it's got to get from 21 all the way up to all the way down to 19 half just to scratch. on the basic setup. Yeah. I don't know. I think I'll just go apply for the Fight Club and I still can't get over they're gonna have a Fight Club thing on the White House lawn. That's a Well, we're right back to guess where? The Open and the Mid and the VWAP and the POC and the Trouble in River City. They did smooth out the profiles on both sides, so I guess their work is done. Inside bar, big time. I don't know what the market's waiting for, but you'd kind of have to think that it was something. Blue Boy, opening print. The total RTH session. Come on now. Total RTH session so far. Jesus, it's already noon. I got to go get her at 1:30. And I got to do some other stuff here too. I'd like to make a couple bucks, but I'm certainly not going to do that in this environment. So what can I do? I guess the cat's suggesting I go take a shower. They might come play with me then. Yeah, exactly. Risk neutral trading only means that once, which is all I traded for a long time, is that 2-lot bracket, which is the multi bracket. It's right there. That's the basic 2-lot package. With the, you're risking 2, you're risking whatever you're risking times 2, in this case 32 ticks. Once you achieve the T1, which is half of it, then you're risk neutral and the rest is the runner. Yeah, absolutely. You're always risking the maximum amount. But it is a finite fixed risk, unless you're a donut and you move your stops. But yeah, absolutely. There's no such thing that I know of. I suppose there could be a way that you put a hedge on automatically at once the first trade, but then I don't get how it's profitable. I can understand market makers doing that because they're working the spread, and that's what they're really making money on. Or but I doesn't work for us, so I can see. Yeah, all right. I'm going to dust off here pretty quick myself, the top of the hour. That'd be about 10 minutes. Only I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to go take a shower and put some stuff in my eyes and basically step away here so that I don't do something stupid, That's one of my monkey boy management techniques. Go take a shower. He hates showering, Monkey Boy, so he goes out in the backyard and plays with the cats. Or the raccoons or the possums. We got a regular menagerie around here. It's pretty fun. I like it. My wife's not so keen on it, but I think it's cool. Raccoons and possums and cats. Except one night I went out And on the back deck out there was a skunk looking back at me. I'm not crazy about them for various reasons. Possums are pretty cute though, and raccoons are real interesting to watch. Used to see raccoons in Florida. Used to have raccoons in my backyard in Miami, down right in Coconut Grove. Never saw any around Lauderdale or anywhere, but in Coconut Grove there was plenty. Lots of them. I'd never seen possums before until here. Where I grew up, there were beaver and gophers and badgers, bobcats, mountain lions, you know, I mean bigger game, but the littler guys were, and porcupines and skunks and mink and weasels there. Well, I'm sure somebody knew exactly to take that short mean reversion, and would have been it would have been a great trade. I personally don't know that. Yeah. Well, yeah, we had big game like that. Moose, bear, deer. Yeah, just everywhere on our ranch. Absolutely. And didn't see them frequently, but, you know, they're around there were bobcats and mountain lions. But the little, you know, ground game, the little ground critters that you see a lot were skunks and porcupines, beavers, and in the creeks making beaver dams, and some fox and coyotes too, by the way. I forgot about them. Big game, yeah, for sure. Deer and bear and moose, and not on our ranch, but around it were elk also. Lots of bears. And those old stories they tell you about bears, you know, run downhill. They can't run downhill. Do all that bullshit. I've seen bears outrun a horse. I mean, it's amazing. They can stretch out and go like crazy. Never any issues with them as far as threatening or anything, but yeah, they can run. There's no doubt about it. And moose are really a majestic animal, bigger than a horse. So powerful. Great way to grow up. Our ranch was basically a mountain, and that was my backyard. That was my playground. Started skiing by hiking up a hill and, you know, pat out a track and hike up a hill with my skis on, and down we go. Well, I hope somebody's long and now taking profit and getting ready to go mean reversion the other direction, and yeah, absolutely. yeah. And they can run uphill, downhill, it doesn't matter. Absolutely. The one I saw outrun a horse was up on the top of our mountain in a meadow, you know, pretty much flat. But yeah, I've seen them go up and down country like you can't believe. And the moose are amazing too. Snow up to your, you know, belly and down timber, and they just go boing, boing, boing up a hill like it's a meadow in May. It's amazing. wildlife are really great. I suppose now Montana's been thoroughly ruined by all the drugstore cowboy wannabe city dorks that moved out there and ruined everything. Ruined the property values and everything else. And like every place, like Idaho, you know, the minute they move in, they want to climb the ladder, then burn the ladder. You know, they want to get there and then they want to prevent anybody else from moving in. Well, wait a minute. Didn't you just move here last month? Oh, that was different. Oh, okay. Humanity is really weird. It's what's going on with this immigration thing. Just stop and think about America. It's a goddamn country of immigrants. If you want to be a non-immigrant American, you better be a Sioux, Blackfoot, or Arapaho or somebody else, because the rest of these guys who are so proud of being racist, bigot, white guys are all immigrants, all sons and daughters of immigrants, every freaking one of them. But that's different. Rubio being one of the top, marry a list of Cubans, for Christ's sake. That's in this recent history. It's amazing to me, truly amazing. And as you might tell, irritating to me and pretty distasteful. And here, Texas, for Christ's sake, was Mexico. I don't know who deserves to be here more, Mexicans or some jackass from Ireland or somewhere. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Yep, roll her up, dude. Have a great time with your son. Go do something fun and, just look at this market as a waste of case today. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to dust off. Top of the hour. Yeah, I'm going to dust off, grab a shower. I'm going to go get Tam in an hour and a half. It's about a 40 minute drive, so I'm back for the close, and then I'll do the Globex thing and see if I can't catch a trade off of that tonight. So, yeah, have a great one, Anton. Enjoy your son. Enjoy the afternoon. Okay, the 12 o'clock story now. 12 to 1 trade isn't applicable. Well, the 12 to 1 statistic is not applicable today because we are not in an unbalanced market. In fact, we are in about as balanced a market as you might want to hope for. POC smack on the center, and pretty much, except for this little hoop-de-doo poking out over here, that's about balanced, isn't it? So there's not even that to look forward to. So I'm going to step away also. Here we are. My old-fashioned, originally vetted initial balance trade. Wow. Initial balance trade right here. 76 ticks today with no misfires or hiccups. And I was actually... No, I was not. It wasn't back yet. That happened while I was on the Tam tram. And what do we have over here? Well, this one is still in play. Now, it is not stopped, nor has it gotten down to target. So, this is the edgeful one. And obviously, remember, I want to point out once again to anybody that's not normal here or a regular, these strategies being forward or back tested are contained within the IRT simulated environment. These charts here, this one and this one, are really, they have nothing really to do with the trade strategy. That's over here. But the results of the trading for this day on this data is sent to the chart, this one. So these levels and values here are just for me to confirm this system is trading and doing what I think it should do when I think it should do that. Same way with here. Just for visualization. These trade results are an indicator. When you click this, send to chart, that activates that indicator. And that indicator looks like, I can even show you. That indicator looks like this right here. Looks like that. I can plot T1, T2, I can plot the stop, whatever I want to do there. But this is the way. And these in profit or in drawdown things are part of the basic indicator. Again, having nothing to do with the real system, just to indicate it's happening when and where I think it should. For example, there needed to be a breakout for T1. That's the first rule. Then there's the trigger, which means we penetrate into the zone between the 50 and the 75. And at that high, it takes the trade short. And that's what's happened. So there you go. Boop. All right. I'm going to dust off myself. Now, this is not a double break, remember. This is just a break again. So, is this going to be an IB continuation or an IB failure? So far, we've only had IB failures, which are mean reversion trades. And I'm going to step away before I do something stupid. So they're toying with the IV continuation now. And remember, we still haven't revisited the previous low. We did take out the close, so that they closed the gap right here early on. So we got the satisfaction of the double break on whatever that news was at 12:30. I bet money on news. And I'm going to go get Tam. So I'll put a final touch on this completely unproductive session. Yeah. Oh, I get so now it's solved again, or? The schedule's killing me. All right, so what have we got? So this could be solved. So now we're going up and away. Okay. Which is great, don't get me wrong. Yeah. Take care, Anton. Seems like this pickup trip's getting later and later. So, a quick recap here. This is really irritating. I have a real strong sense of commitment and a work ethic, and not being able to do what I have set out to do and establish is irritating, bothering me a lot. But here we are. Here's quiet. And then all of a sudden this took off, and now some more, all after 12. And if they have got this thing sorted out and there's some sort of a resolution to it, that would be great. I hope that people don't forget that 4 months ago, there was no problem in Iran or the Straits of Hormuz or Middle East, essentially, other than something that's been going on knit and add back and forth for 40 years. So let's see. Let's hope something came out of it besides a lot of pain and suffering for a lot of people and, economy and whatever else. So let's see here. Oh, there's the day. There's our open. We closed that gap, and up we go. So we're going to close outside here. Still haven't gotten back to the original POC from the sell-off, the VPOC, but, this is what we're doing today. Every morning at every trading day at 8 o'clock, the stream starts with an in-depth analysis of the overnight and the reports, set up all the software, set up all the statistics, and then trade for and stream the entire RTH session, which is 8:30 to 3 o'clock. Way behind the curve here now because of this stuff I've got to do with TAM. So let's quickly look at the news. First of all, we're going to have the market on close report, market on close imbalance at 1450. This news is obviously, this is obviously the what's driving things today. And the problem is any of this true? I certainly hope so. But we've heard this kind of thing several times during this, during the development of this thing. So let's hope that it's the case. to look at the news for tomorrow, we have the Michigan consumer expectations. That's a big number. Well, primarily Michigan and the CFTCs. So that's going to be fairly light news as far as scheduled news for the day. This is investing.com. You can filter it for wherever you are, whatever reports you're interested in. They only deal with traditional economic reports and numbers. Notice that the event title turns to a URL, so if you don't know what Michigan consumer expectations are, you can click that and see the last releases and who puts the report out, etc. Financial Juice is the other one that I use. And they, look at this, what is going on here? One of the things about this that I like, and here's the problem that we're having right now, they pull non-typical, non-economic related events into their calendar, but those are events that we are, have a high probability of risk to the auction. Trump speaking at 2:30. Well, that's obviously what all of this is about, right? And so that's what caused this bump over here, and 2:30 and up we go. Not anything wrong with it or any political commentary. It's just that these are potential risks to our auction, which we wouldn't otherwise know anything about. So if your primary motivation for being a trader today is to preserve your account, the fundamental way you do that is risk management. If you don't know about a potential risk, you can't manage it. So that's important. And right over here are the market on close and balance, and there they are. We got 109 million buy side, 429 buy side, 892 buy side, and 582 buy side. S&P, NASDAQ, Dow, and the Mag 7. And remember, tomorrow's going to be this SpaceX IPO, I believe. So that ought to be quite the event. So there we go. It's a abbreviated market wrap, and I apologize for that, but life is what happens while we're making other plans. Here's the higher time frame micro composite chart. Each one of these is one complete RTH session. Today, yesterday, Monday. Wherever price overlaps, I continue to pull this volume profile around it, which generates a micro composite VPOC, and these high and low volume nodes, which are represented by the red and green lines. Those values push to bookmap, as do the session prices. See what we are for volume here. Well, high volume, way above average, and average true range is way above average. This is 4.75 points for a 1 minute candle. That's usually down around 2 this time of day, sometimes as low as 1, but that's all based on this extreme volatility in this news, which is, the timing of which may or may not be planned. Market profile. Micro composite ES, micro composite NQ. So the minis, same exact profile. Same layout. Naked volume points of control. And so we're going to take it into the close here. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. Like, subscribe, comment. That's real good, the interaction. Big help for me. Remember that the point or the purpose or the theme of this stream is that it is my virtual trading journal. Everything that I see on my screens is captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at the moment. There are no trades ever taken off of this stream, and all trades are live. You'll never see recorded or replayed. And let's see here. What do we got? Well, we're wrapping them up. Boy, this has been a short one here. This pickup is taking longer and longer. So, basically nothing until this news started to break. This would have been a real drop fest, and it was up till about 12:20. And again, no political comment. We are risk managers fundamentally and first and foremost. And I really hope that, I hope it's not more political spin and misdirection and untruths. You know, I hope it's the truth and it's straightened out and solved. Because there's people suffering and at risk and dying everywhere. And not to mention the pain and suffering that's happening over here as a result. Fuel prices and, you know, inflation, jobs, all that stuff. So let's get it over with and behind us. And fortunately, if you remember, 4 months ago, there was no issue in the Middle East. There was absolutely no drama or impediment to shipping or supply lines in the Straits of Hormuz. So that should be remembered. Because it's the truth. So let's see. I'm sure it'll be spun differently, but that's the truth is the truth, and history, you know, they can't escape history. So let's see here. We're going to close her down in about 3 minutes. The typical stream is every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time until 1500. This is the complete cash close. That's 7 hours. Then at 5 o'clock Central Standard Time, or 1700, I'm now doing an abbreviated Globex stream to explore if there's some interesting opportunities with the Globex opening range trades and the Asian opening range trades. So the stream lasts about 3 or 4 hours. And the purpose of the stream, the Globex stream, is because I have a commitment to take no trades ever off the stream. So if I see an opportunity in the evenings and I want to trade it, I wouldn't be able to if I were not streaming. So that's the point. That's the whole logic behind it. Complete transparency and full accountability. You'll notice that I stream the entire monitor, so you can see any open programs, the system, hours, minutes, seconds, the date, tie that back to Bookmap or IRT. You know, just one more piece in the transparency and accountability system. And we're going to be out of gas here in about a minute and a half or so. So remember, you need to balance your life. Get away from the screens, rest your eyes, get some exercise, stay fit as you can possibly stay. Make sure you're well rested, well hydrated, because we are in a highly competitive business. And I assure you, the people on the other side of every one of your trades are well educated, well funded, super supported, and mean business. So you need to be on your A game plus. We need to be on our A game plus. Yeah. So, it's been a crappy day. I can't tell you time-wise, but until this schedule lines out, it is what it is. And I make no apologies for it, other than I do feel bad because I have a commitment to provide a good stream. And, I've tried to do that for a long time now. And this schedule has thrown me off. So we'll see what happens, how it develops. Like I said, life's what happens while you're making other plans. Obviously, our daughter's a priority to me standing here talking. And we're going to wrap it up here in about 15 seconds. So if you're not doing anything later today, in a couple hours, drop by the stream. There'll be a Globex. It's risk neutral trading again. And if you can't make it this evening or this afternoon later, tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock in the morning for the pre-market and the entire session. And there we go. There is the cash session. 15 hours and 12 seconds on the clock, baby. See you later, or for